Oh, I was muted. Hello. Welcome back to the stream. What's up, guys? It's been a while. By a while, like a week? When was the last time I was on stream? Let's see. How's that? Hello, everyone. How are you guys? Last time I was on stream was almost 2 weeks ago. So it has been a while. I missed you guys. I can't wait to stream today. I don't really have like a plan in mind of what I want to do on stream. So if you guys have any ideas, I'm down to do anything today. But I'm just happy to be back on stream. It's really hot right now in LA, so I went to the beach yesterday and I got a really nice tan. Can you tell? What else? What else has been going on? It's really hot. Um, I'm sweating every day when I go to sleep. I went to the aquarium yesterday. My boyfriend took me to the aquarium of the Pacific. I think that's what it's called, and it was so fun. I'll show you guys pictures. Let's see. I posted some of the jellyfish on my Instagram. I saw an octopus. Really cool. This was my favorite jellyfish. Oh my god. That one. It has like pink ends. Isn't that so cool? There's this orange jellyfish. Really cute. And these big frogs. They don't look big in the picture, but they were really big in real life. Maybe like this big. Who's on my headphones? Someone made these stickers. Oh, someone made these stickers of me when I had orange hair. So that's what those are. I have like a little pack. So cute. What have you guys been up to? What's up? Anything fun? How's summer going for you guys? This has honestly been a great summer for me. I've been having so much fun. I've been writing music. I've been traveling a little. I got to hang out with my fam, with my boyfriend, my friends. So it's been a very nice summer. Yeah, too hot to do anything too. I feel you. It is really, really hot. Have you guys been on some fun vacations? Feifei, you can't go on the keyboard. Go away. Have you guys been going to amusement parks, the beach, movies, playing Roblox? Nice. That's fun. At the pool, that's nice too. I want to swim. I honestly wish I had a pool at my place. That'd be so nice. I'm really excited for the Spider-Man movie. And I'm also really excited to watch The Odyssey, but all the tickets are sold out until August. So that sucks. We should all have a pool party. A pool party. A Whisper pool party. That'd be so fun. Camping. I love camping so much. I used to go camping with my parents. Ooh. Thank you. Oh my god, it's Ariel. Thanks for the subby. I used to go camping with my parents growing up. We would camp on like the beach, and then there was this one place near Santa Cruz up in NorCal that we would camp at all the time. It had like a little creek, and on the campsite there was this little shop where you can buy ice cream. Oh, oh, I just lost my screen. Oh, there we are. Oh my god, Faye keeps stepping on my keyboard and messing everything up. This girl. Thank you for the sub. Big Mommy, thank you for the subby. She is so cute, but she's really freaking annoying sometimes. Right, Faye? Look at her. She's so cute. Oh, I've also been working on this little project. I'll show you guys. You can't really see it. It's on the floor. But I'm building like I'm building a puppet theater. Oh crap, I'm stuck. Okay. I'll show you. Okay, so I'm building this with cardboard and then I'm paper macheing it. But I'm gonna make like paper dolls and then we're gonna go into the theater. I'm gonna have curtains. Thank you, Mimi Whispering, for the subby. I really appreciate it. There's a little clock mechanism, so I'm gonna attach some clock hands to the middle of it. And then I'm gonna hopefully make some content, like some TikToks or take some pictures with the puppets. But that's what I've been working on. And then each side has like a tower. Oh, my camera. Each side has a tower, and the top of the tower looks like this. And there are going to be puppets that can go inside the tower as well, like little fairies. So I've been making that for funsies, not for any particular reason. But yeah, I'm really excited to finish it and see how it looks. I don't know what color I want it to be. It's either going to be dark blue and red, or it's going to be light pink and light green. It could be for a music video, but I kind of just want to do it for fun, and then hopefully I can, you know, make some stuff out of it. I was thinking like TikTok, so I can make puppets of, you know, me and my boyfriend, and then post them on TikTok with my songs. I think it'd be really cute, like a TikTok of like a sailor, because I can make a little boat. But yeah, I don't know. I'll see once I finish the castle. So yeah. It is so hot in here. Hold on. I think I have to turn on the AC. But I'm scared that it's gonna make this stream super noisy. Maybe if I open the window. Let's try that. I was gonna use natural lighting for the stream today, but it's so bright outside. It's so bright. I wish it was a bit colder here. The air quality, there was like a fire a couple weeks ago in downtown or like in Boyle Heights in LA, which made the air quality really bad, but it's a bit better now. But I don't really go out that often, so I kind of am just like breathing the same air all of the time. I have a Blythe doll actually. My label gifted it to me. Show you. When I had blue hairs, this was so long ago. Remember her? I feel like we don't look alike anymore, but she's still my baby, and it still is me. Because look, if you pull her hair back, I have a bald spot there as well. I can't lie. So she's so cute. I want to get more. I want to make more. My friend really wants to make Blythe dolls, so hopefully we can get that going and make some stuff together. Alright, what should we do today, guys? I have no idea what to do on stream right now. It's so hot. It's really hot. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get the controller so I can turn the AC on. Okay, perfect. Whew, I think that'll be better. Hi, this is the first stream I'm watching here. I love your music. Thank you so much. Welcome. I hope you have fun. This is my 4th stream ever since not streaming for a while, so you came to the party early. Don't worry. I don't know what to do, guys. I want to like write music, but I want to play games too. Last time I said um that I could try playing Valorant with you guys because I was just scared that my computer wouldn't be able to run it. But I think that it's possible. I think we can do it. Just because what was I gonna say? I've streamed Valorant in the past before, so I feel like it's possible. I don't know. We'll see. Should we try? What do you guys think? I don't know. I'm getting my new PC soon, though. Hi, Mimi. I do remember you. No way you made a Wisp doll. I want to see it. Send me pictures. I really want to play Fortnite too. Okay, guys, I do want to play Rivals. Should I just try and see how laggy Rivals is? Because Rivals lags for me even when I'm not streaming. That's how bad it is. Should we try it? I'm scared. I feel like my computer's actually gonna crash. Alright. Let's open up Rivals and see. I'm scared. Guys, I have Overwatch 2, but I haven't opened it in so long, so I don't think it's updated. Unfortunately. Alright, let's see if Rivals works. I really, really don't think so, but you never know. You never know. Okay. It's launching. Okay. But I'm just letting you guys know it's still super laggy. It's still really, really laggy, even when I'm not streaming. So, let's see. You guys ready to see? I have faith. I have faith. I'm waiting for it to boot up. Well, it's just that the PC I'm using right now to stream, I got it when I was in high school, like my junior year of high school. So when I was like 16, I'm 21 now, so it's pretty outdated. And it's a gaming laptop, so I can't like change out the parts and upgrade. So it's time. Oh, I also bought Pokemon cards and I opened them off stream and I got some good stuff. I don't know where I put them though, but I got some pretty good stuff. I got like a Rowlet full art. I got like 4 IRs, I think. So, I'm happy. Okay, guys, Rivals is not oh, okay. It's opening. Okay. You guys can experience the lag with me. Let's see this. All right. What happened on Friday? Okay, I was supposed to stream on Friday, but I moved the stream to today because Friday, what happened? Thank you, Senpai, for the sub. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yes, I was supposed to stream Friday, but my boyfriend ended up coming over on Friday, and then I also saw some friends on Friday, so I was like, you know what? I'm too tired today. I'm just gonna stream on Monday. Alright, let's see. I'm scared. Oh, bye. Good night. Thank you, Punky, for the sub. Oh my god, I'm lagging. Fuck. Guy, I can't hear anything. It's so loud. Is it loud for you guys too? I actually can't click anything. Is it loud for you guys? No, not the mic. Well, I can't hear anything. Rivals, I'm asking, is Rivals really loud? You don't, oh, it's muted. It's muted. There we go. Is that better? Okay, well now it sounds weird. Is that good? Okay. What can I do to help it lag less? Oh, I'm not lagging. Wow. Okay. Because everything's on low. See? Everything's on low. Everything looks fine to me. Turning on low latency mode. Let's try that. Oh. Alright. Let's see if this works. It is already laggy, like, you know, my mouse. I don't know if you can tell. Okay. So, before we play, I just want to preface that I've only played Rivals for maybe 8 or 9 games. Okay, guys? So I'm not very good. So go easy on me, and also, if you guys are good at Rivals, give me some tips and tricks. Give me some pointers. Damn it, I'm lagging again. My OBS is saying, encoding overloaded, consider turning down video settings or using faster encoding preset. I guess my frames are dropping. It's so laggy. Damn it. Well, it does, but I don't know. Let's just try. Whatever, it's fine. Looks fine right now. Am I lagging? Like, is my video lagging? I'm lagging myself. Don't use slideshow. Can you guys still hear me though, at least? I feel like it's getting a little better.
You'll need a top-notch team to
My
win
voice
this one.
is lagging too. Wait, I think we got it to work. Woo! Okay, I'm feeling hopeful. I think it's gonna work. I think it's gonna work. It's better now. Yes, yes. Okay. It's the AC. It's because I turned the AC on. It's cooling down my computer. Alright.
Agent F1.
It's better. Let's do this.
Looks like a bit of your luck rubbed off on me, Miss Hardy.
So, looks like I can't see anyone yet, but it's fine.
30 seconds before you attack. Get
Oh my
ready.
god, I cannot believe it's working.
My senses are
Oh,
sharp,
it's laggy
and my claws
though.
are ready.
It's not showing anything. Look. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, I need to lock in. Yeah, everything's just like slowly loading
The
in.
battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you
Alright.
need to do is capture the mission area.
You guys need
Got
to
it?
tell me how to become better at White Fox.
I sensed it.
Wait, what is going on? And why can't I hear anything?
Damn it.
Oh my god, what? I'm dead, I'm dead. What is happening? I can't tell if I'm lagging or if... Oh my god. What is going on? I actually don't know what's going on. It's like delayed, right?
Okay. Now the clouds
Okay, maybe it'll be better now. I think it'll be better now. Cause like, that guy just died immediately. Where am I? Where am I? I don't understand what's happening. I don't know what's going on. Okay, but we're winning, right? And that's all that matters. Oh my god, where am I? I'm not sure what that guy's doing. Wait, I couldn't left shift to him. I just teleported somewhere.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
I feel like I'm not hitting him for real though.
Well, that's better. The invisible
Where am I? I don't know what's going on. Where am I?
Heavyweight finish, Benjamin. Need assistance.
Okay, how am I not dying?
That definitely helps.
What is going on? I can't aim. I don't know where I am. Ah! What is going on? I don't know what to do. Okay. Whew.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Okay, this is the first time I'm playing Rivals and my whole entire game is lagging. That guy just disappeared.
This is real firepower!
I feel like I'm in a dream. Like, this is not actually happening. Ah! I finally died. I finally died. I don't know what was going on, okay? I didn't know. Also, I don't know why I dove there.
Fox on the run.
Okay, you know what? Maybe it's better now. Oh. It could be better now. I probably have like no healing. Oh my god. You don't understand what I'm going through, guys. You don't understand. I like don't know what's happening. And I keep teleporting to weird places. And I can't aim. I can't aim. I can't aim.
Okay.
No, I don't want to press tab. I don't want to press tab. I don't want to see how much healing I've done because I know I've done none. And I know they probably think I'm the worst White Fox ever. Okay, it's not as bad as I thought it was. I just don't know what's going on. Because I'll like try to aim somewhere, but then I'm lagging. And then I just like don't know where I'm
worry,
aiming
T'Challa.
anymore.
We
You know what I
Black Cats
mean?
have got each other's backs.
Oh my god. Okay, where do I go now? Like, what's going on? I don't know. Heal, just focus on healing. I'm just going for this Hulk the whole time.
Needed some help. The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Okay, let's do this. I can't tell if I'm still lagging or not, genuinely. I also haven't played ever since the new update, so maybe that's why it feels like a new game, because I haven't played since they changed all the characters and stuff.
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way.
Oh, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. But he's almost dead, I think. Okay, I'm doing it. Woo!
Spirit steadies. Here, check this out. An opportunity for combat. So close. Your big chance.
I still feel like I'm not healing enough, but heal up, everyone, heal up. I won't let you die. We won.
Epic victory.
Woo! Let's go, we won. Through all that lag, we won. Let's freaking go. I knew we could do it, guys. I knew we could do it. Yes. Honestly, Marvel Rivals is so fun with lag. It's like really fun. Okay, let's see what I got. Not bad. Honestly, with the amount of lag I had, I feel like I didn't do bad. Right, guys? Come on. I feel like I did not do terrible. I mean, I only got 10k healing, but it's fine. It's just quick play. And we still won, so. Well, my friend said that I should be getting 10k healing every, like, 5 minutes. I'm scared for my PC. I thought it was gonna explode. Genuinely. That was scary. Oh my god. But that was so fun. Okay, let's play more. Let's see. Well, do you guys play Rivals? Come play with me. Add me. Let's give these guys a thumbs up. I feel like maybe that's the meta. That's the meta, to play Rivals with lag, so you don't really know where you are, but it forces you to do things that you normally wouldn't do, and it could, you know, it could teach you something. Let's see if we got a new friend request. Also, I barely died that game, which was so weird because I felt like I was diving into team fights and like not knowing, and also not knowing where I was, but then it would just work. I'm gonna be accepting all my friend requests on Rivals. Is my camera lagging? Is my camera lagging? My whole stream is lagging. Only when I'm in the lobby? What about my mic? Oh, see, because it's better
Heroes can
now
make all the difference.
when I'm loading into the game. Mic is fine. Okay.
Agent F1,
Let's get this, guys.
I'm going in.
Maybe I'll actually know what's going on this game.
I chose Tails. Which
Okay,
means
Coming in
good
30
sign.
seconds. Stay
My
strong.
teammates are loading in. That's always good.
yes, I'm a fox spirit. No, you cannot touch my tails.
Wisp, say, I got this. I got this. I got this. Let's do this, team.
I chose Tails. Which means they
The
lose.
battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I'm hit!
I don't understand why our team is so far away.
I sense them. Close. The fox is loose!
Oh, okay. I can't do it. I can't do it.
Back in the hunt.
I can't do it.
The hunt continues.
Oh my god! And I'm so laggy! I hate this! And I hate that stupid dinosaur guy! He always kills me. Every time I play a game with a stupid dinosaur on the other team, I always die.
Let's stop that vehicle. They made it halfway.
I feel like we shouldn't be in this little corner. What? Where did she come from? Oh my god! How am I not dying? I kind of just went for it because I was lagging so much. I thought maybe I could.
Fox on the run.
And he was so low, and then everyone else just popped out of nowhere. Why did that sound like my screen? Did you guys hear that?
Now might be a good time to stop them.
I hate this game.
The hunt resumes.
Okay.
Better stop that vehicle.
Every bad player blames it on the lag. You can't blame it on the lag. You just have to accept that you're bad, and you have to get better. I got you! Ah! Yes! Kill that dinosaur. What is going on? What is going on? I don't know where I am! I don't know where I am.
Be your best self.
Well, I'm trying to win with the lag.
They've made it
Fox on the
halfway.
run.
Stop them.
I can't blame it on anything but myself. I just have to get better.
Thanks so much.
Heal up, team, heal up, heal up. It's the most I can do for you right now. Where is she coming from? Where is she coming from? Who is that? I don't care.
Hunt resumes.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Where are you guys going? Oh yes. Wait for the team, wait for the team. Guys, my armpits are sweaty.
I'm hurt.
Why? Why does this happen to me? Heal up, team. Heal up, team. How did I survive that? Dang, I must be good. I keep dashing because I think they're gonna be there and then they just disappear. That's why I'm dashing. I'm trying.
Way better already. Better stop that vehicle. Don't give them another inch.
Perfect precision.
Oh god, where's the team? Where's our team? I'm only with this one girl. Oh. Die! No!
I'm back. Now be more sly this time.
What is that? What is that screaming in the background? Oh my god. This is intense. Alright, we didn't win that one, but we can't win them all. Unfortunately, we can't win them all, and that's fine. We won the last one. Let's see what my stats were. Wow! Wow. So good. Amazing. Just great. That's great. Well, I stopped lagging in the lobby, at least, right? Woo. Let's keep going until we win. I feel like my chat is lagging too. I don't know what's going on. Lag is back. Lag is back, but it's okay. The lag will be gone once I get into a game. Yep. Let my shaders hit 30, you're right. But I'm impatient. And this game is so fun. I love this game. Alright, see? And no more lag.
You'll need a top-notch team
Told
to
ya.
win this one.
I love this music. I know, I need to let the shaders load before stream. You guys are right.
Agent F1. I'm going in.
I guess everyone likes playing strategists now.
I chose
Bye!
tails,
See you in Toronto!
which means they lose.
My computer is so bad that I cannot even emote.
Get ready.
I can't
The
emote.
rest of my people.
My
And
emotes
I
don't work.
plan to make them proud.
Ugh. Whatever.
I
Alright.
chose tails.
I feel
which
like the
means
lag
they
will go
lose.
away. In like this game or the next game. Feel like you got a mean DPS in you?
Battle starts in 5.
Maybe. I've actually never tried because
3,
when I played
2,
Overwatch, I never
1.
played DPS either.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
I don't think it's the
Got it?
Wi-Fi. I think it's that I'm streaming and that my PC is really bad. Like I might as well be playing on a MacBook, you know? See? What was that?
Is injured. Mayday.
Oh my god, I can't. Ugh.
Spirit
And also, I didn't let the shaders load. That's why. Which was my fault. Woo! In the middle of it all. I don't know what's going on. Why is he hurting me? Shoot! Shoot!
Okay, now the claws come out.
I think Thor has a crush on me, guys. I think that's why he did that. I think he has a crush on me. I'm scared. What is that voice? I feel like I'm in a horror movie. Bam, 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 bam. Heal, heal up. Heal up, everyone. See, like, why is that guy just staying still? Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah! Who are those people? What? Okay, I actually know what's going on right now. Is the game too loud for you guys? I can turn it down. Or is it just me? My voice? No? Okay. Is it at a good level?
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Alright. Let's go, team. It's me. Okay, I'll try. I'll try my best not to. Who are these people?
Behold the god
Careful!
of thunder!
Ah! Come back here! Yes! That's what you get. That's what you get.
I'm not a super huge fan of Kingpin crashing my anniversary celebration.
0 wins. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Whose voice is that? Guys, I did not bark. When did I bark? Bounce. Cut. Where did she go?
Need assistance.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
What time is it?
Oh, Thor, not you again.
Chaos is quiet once more.
Come back here. I'm gonna get you. Heal up, heal up, heal up. I won't let you die. Oh, where am I? Where am I? Help me! I'm stuck on a bush. I was stuck on a bush.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
This is real firepower!
No, 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 no. No. Damn it. And I was gonna pop my ult too. Darn.
I've survived so much worse.
Let's go, girl. Okay, what does it mean when I'm scanned?
Get that vehicle moving again.
Oh no, we gotta get back, guys. Come on. I can't see you. I need to heal you. Come heal.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Who's that? No, don't die on me. Don't die on me. Die!
Thunder!
No! Oh my god, where is he? Where is he? Made it out. Made it out alive. Ah! Oh, I'm not dead! I'm not dead! I thought I died! Oh, I popped my ult on accident. That was an accident. I popped my ult because I got scared. It's fine. We need the healing. Where am I? Oh. I'm just clawing at the air. Okay.
I sense them.
Heal up, everyone. Heal up.
Put some pep in my step.
Efficient.
Who do you think you are? How did none of those land?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Come here, bitch. Yes. Come here. Come here. Die. Yes. We're winning. Oh, no one else to kill. Woo!
This is your big chance.
Stronger already. Anything could hurt me. Ancestral power.
We did it! We did it! Woo! Let's go. And now let's check my stats. They're not that good, but they could be worse. We're gonna play until I get an MVP. We did it! We did it! Guys, I didn't do good. Only 6,000 healing. It's not great. I said we're playing until I get MVP and you said 24-hour stream. Wow. I thought you guys believed in me. Okay, do you guys want to play with me? Let's play. Here, you guys can friend me while I go to the bathroom. If my profile will open. Oh my god. Not with that PC. Guys, it's not comp at least. Play with me, play with me. Play with me, it's not comp. So it's fine. I'm lagging, huh? Because I'm in the lobby? God damn it. It is? Oh yeah, it's right here. This is me, guys. Play with me, play with me. Shader's loading. Should I just wait until they're at 30% then? Okay, BRB. I'm gonna go Damn, I'm so laggy. Am I still laggy here? I don't think this is laggy. I'm gonna go PP. BRB. I'm back. Hello. We're at 22. Oh my god, people are playing with me. Damn it, I'm lagging. I'm feeling really discouraged, guys. Lag Central. I need to calm down, I think. I look stupid. We're at 24%, and looks like we have some people that want to play. I'll try my best not to scream. It's just because it's so loud in my headphones that I think I'm not being loud, but I guess I am. Sometimes you just need to take a step away from the game and just breathe. I'm gonna be calmer this next game. I'm just gonna stay calm. I'm gonna stay calm. Hey! Thanks for playing with me. Let's do this. I'm at 25%. And we got a little good squad going. Isn't that awesome? Accept. Okay, play with me. I have so many new friends. I have so many new friends on Rivals. Oh my gosh. Okay, guys, let's do this. Let me join voice chat too. Oh, oops. Okay, I'll do a new team next round so I can play with everyone. You know what? I need water before we get into this next game. Hold on. Oh my god, I just teleported. Did you guys see that? I was gone and now I'm back. Level 100? I feel bad. At least we're not playing comp, so I don't have to feel bad, but I don't wanna, I wanna make you proud. I wanna make you guys proud. Let's do a little emo. Okay, 29.3. We're almost there. Almost at 30%. I feel like I just reached enlightenment. Alright, 30%. Let's do this. I'm gonna play White Fox for all of these games, I think. But I also do kind of want to learn Jubilee as well. So we'll see. I'm definitely not gonna get MVP if I play with you guys, because you guys are so good, but I don't care anymore.
Pick
I just want to have fun with my
Or
friends.
villain. I'm not judging.
Alright.
Agent F1. I'm going in.
So excited to play with you guys.
I chose Tails, which means they lose.
Alright,
30
let's do
seconds
this.
before you attack. Get ready.
Seems like the lag is a
I'm the last
little
of
better,
it.
but we don't know for
plan to
sure.
make them
We don't know
proud.
for sure until the game starts. I wish my emotes worked. Oh, I think I have to be in water for that, actually.
I chose Tails, which means they lose.
Does that not count as water?
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
I don't
2,
know.
1. All you need to do
Alright,
is
let's
capture
go.
the mission area. Got it?
I'm equally as bad without lag. I can't lie.
I sense them. Close. Run, Fox, run!
I'm any better.
Rex is injured. Mayday!
No, no, no!
Mission
I
area
didn't even
is
know.
yours to capture now.
I couldn't see him.
They captured the mission area.
There'll be more slides.
At least you
this time.
guys don't think I'm crazy. You can see what's going on my screen, right? It's the lag. It's the lag. See? See? Told ya. Get him.
My card slipped.
Die. Die! Oh, home. Woo! Thank you, Seven. Tragedy for subbing with Prime.
Nobody can hurt us now.
Okay, now the clouds come out.
Alright, let's do this. No, no, no!
Need assistance.
Your team's capture progress is past
What the hell? Get away from me! I don't know what you want. Okay. Can't do that. I feel like I haven't been healing enough in these games. It's just hard.
I'll praise you. What's fun? So cold. Watch me
I feel like myself again.
Good timing. Perfect synergy.
Sorry. I need to remember to heal.
What a difference.
Heal up, guys. Heal up.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Oh, sorry. I can't see you.
Back in the hunt.
Ah, I hate this girl. Oh my god. This Hulk is so annoying.
Hunt resumes.
I'm trying my best. I'm trying.
No winner yet. Going to overtime. Control lost. They've almost got it.
My team is really good. It makes it easier.
I'll praise in the open.
No winner yet. Going to overtime. Watch me
I just want to kill this Hulk so bad. Did we win? We lost that one, right? How are these people so good? Everyone is good in this game. Yeah, we got this. Let's go team.
I chose Tails.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Eric Lenscher, Max Eisenhardt, Magnus, the master of magnetism.
Happy
It's
birthday!
really you.
Yeah, I think because the people I'm playing with now are so high level, we're playing against better
Tiger
people too.
Division's file on you alone is longer than some
I feel so
entire
official.
organization.
I feel like I'm in a comp game. Woo!
3,
I'm in the big
2,
leagues now
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
with
Got
lag.
Better check my watch. It's almost clobbering.
Once I'm able to play comp, because you have to be level 20 to play comp, do you guys think I could get gold? Or even like high silver? If I practice more,
Ready.
Damage sustained. Need assistance.
Heal up. Heal up. Heal up. God, I hate their Hulk. I hate him. Oh my god, I hate this person. I can't tell where I was.
My favorite time.
guys. Oh, ouch, ouch. I'm lagging. It's the lag, it's the lag. Die, die, die. Oh. Oh. I want to kill this Hulk so bad. Dang it! Dang it, it's fine. It's okay.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Control lost.
Back. And I'll
Am
be
I doing
more
good?
sly
I
this
can't
time.
tell. No, I'm not.
Their team's capture
I'm not
progress has
doing
passed
great.
the halfway point.
It's okay. Let's go.
Reduce damage.
Oh man, see? See what I mean, guys? Like I'm looking at something and then I'm not looking at it. I feel like I'm not using my E enough. Oh, oh. It's okay, you're okay, you're okay. You're okay. Okay. Better now. Nice, guys. Woo, let's do it.
Here they are.
Ah! Oh, I got damn Hulk. Heal up, everyone. Heal up, heal up. It's alright. Where am I? Where am I? Sorry, I'm sorry. Die, 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 die. We got it, right? We got it. Nice. Nice, nice. Yay. So proud of us.
I chose tails, which means they lose.
Alright. Yeah,
30
all of my
seconds before you
graphics on
attack.
though,
Get ready.
and it's still bad. You can tell. Just look at the 4. It takes so long to load anything. And then I have my low
We
latency
don't
on as
pretend
well.
the betrayal didn't happen, but we do care why.
Trust. Here, I'll show you guys what my game is running off of right now. This laptop is running everything.
Battle starts in 5,
Stream and the game.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
If this is our last dance, so be it.
Why can I not teleport? Wait, what is my C? What is that? Is that a new thing? I didn't know I had a C.
Capture the mission area.
Where am I? Where am I? Sorry, I'm coming, I'm coming. Is a team up ability. You can use it without the other person on your team.
Fox on the run.
Team up ability. What's it do? Oops.
Get ready. Here come the bad guys. I'll get you next time.
That's what I need.
Spirit steady.
assistance. I'm here. I'm here for you.
Elimination.
Come back here! Who is this?
I'm back, and I'll be more sly this time.
Debuffs enemies while buffing. Oh, I see. At the same time when you win.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Again!
We gotta go. We gotta go. Come on. No, dang it. It's alright.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
It's okay. I think we did great. I think we did great. Yay, good job, guys. Alright, I'm gonna play with the new team. If you guys want to send me any... Here, hold on. Let me do this first, and then I will... Wait. We can get more games in, the people that are on this team right now. I just want to make sure I get to play with everyone. So you guys, if I haven't played with you yet, you can send an invite. Let's play, let's play. I had lots of fun too. Thanks for playing with me. Thank you Z Rose for the sub, and thank you Grateful Genji for the sub as well. I appreciate it. I'll invite the people that haven't played yet. And then, oh, here we go. There we go. Let's do it. Hi, team. Maybe once the shaders are 100% loaded, it'll be less laggy. Do I play Overwatch? I do play Overwatch, but I haven't played it in so long. And I used to main Zen on Overwatch. Once I hit 50, it won't be as bad. I hope so. I believe you. I guess we'll just wait until then. Are you excited to go on tour with B? I am so excited to go on tour with B. It's gonna be a great tour. It's also my first like proper bus tour. I've done a tour like on a bus before, but it was a smaller version of a bus. It was called Bandwagon. So this one will be nice. Same band, same team. It's gonna be so fun. What level is my new team? Let's see.
I chose Tails, which means they lose.
Oh, you can't see. Oh, look who's decided to come say hi.
30 seconds before you
Good luck, guys.
Get ready.
I haven't played this game in so long.
The fox spirit lives within me.
That's
Ancient, watchful, hungry. I chose Tails, which means they lose.
I don't know how to, oh crap. I don't know how to join voice chat.
4, 3,
I'll figure it out
2,
after this game.
1.
Alright,
All you need to do is
let's
capture
go.
the mission area. Got it?
Got it.
Director's injured! Mayday!
Oh man.
I sense them. Close! Fox, go through! Back in the hunt!
Whoa. Oh my god. I feel like I'm lagging more in this game. Nice, nice, nice. Good job, guys.
The nice one's in.
Woo!
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Back in the hunt!
Where am I? Where am I? Heal up, heal up, heal up, heal up, heal up. Ow, ow.
Go
Never mind.
back, go back.
I died. Sorry. Sorry.
We're pushing a little too hard.
Yeah, we are. I mean, I was pushing too hard. Whoops. It's okay, guys. It's fine. It's fine. It's alright. Oh, what's that? What is that thing? Crap. I don't know what that thing was. I really hope no one from Twitch found my stream because I'm playing Rivals and they just like watching people play Rivals. This is really embarrassing. I keep dying! I keep dying.
Alright, you guys fine.
Don't be scared to turn up the volume. I stopped screaming. I'm not scared anymore. You can't scream because it shows the enemy team that you're scared of them. Yep. Bitch! Oh man.
I'm getting killed.
Die! I don't know who I'm going for. I just want to kill someone. I was stuck in the... I was stuck in it. I couldn't heal. Crap. Come here! Come here! I just wanted to kill someone. Let me lock in for real. Let me lock in for real. I got a mosquito bite. I think the poison is making me act different. I'm feeling extra aggressive today.
Thanks for the love, love.
Alright, we're not doing too bad. They haven't made it too far.
Yep. Oh man. Oh man. There's someone behind! Who is that? Who is that? I keep dying. This is not good. And this mosquito bite is killing me.
Can always use a shield. Okay.
Okay.
Now the claws come out.
Now the claws come out. They aren't ready. Yep. Yep. Claws coming out. Claws coming out. Oh man. Oh man.
Behind us, magic.
Die. Die. Alright. Alright.
Keep going.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, nice.
Nice. Let's go, turtle.
Little girl. You call yourself a that's it, bitch.
Oh, I hate that noise.
Need assistance.
Die. Oh man, where am I? Where am I? Nope, 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 nope. Thank you, Jacob Chop Day F for gifting a tier 1 subbie. You aren't chopped, you're beautiful.
Shoot behind us.
That's it, bitch. Lead me straight to that, ain't?
Dang. I feel like I'm not doing good.
Double KO.
I could be doing worse.
You were outclassed.
Ah.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Don't come near
Magic
me.
behind us
Don't
again.
come near me. Don't come near me. Because I don't want to die.
Forest, remember your power.
I won't let you die. I won't let you die. Oh my god, lag, lag, lag.
Nice, nice team.
Nice. Nice. Woo! Let's go. Another win in the books. Yes, I'm playing with chat today. Good job, everyone. Good job, good job. Let's see where my shaders are now. 34, not bad. That's an improvement from 30. Alright. Thank you guys so much for playing. Wait. Thank you for playing. We can play more in a couple rounds. You guys did amazing. Thanks so much. I'm gonna play with the same people after I get to everyone. So once I play at least one game with everyone, then you guys can come play more with me. I think we haven't played with these people. Who else have we not played with? Trying to think. Oh, there we go. Hi guys. Let's have a great game. Yay. Wait, why can't I start the game? Am I not the team leader? I think I accidentally joined someone else's game. Hold on. Hold on, let me re-invite you guys. I didn't realize I joined someone else's game. Wait, let me remember. My Brian. Oh, wait, crap. What? Request to join. Why can I not invite them? Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Did it. Oh, looks like we're at 40% shaders now. Alright, let's do this. And the lag is gone. What should I have for dinner today, guys? Every day that I stream, I treat myself by ordering some food. What sounds good?
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Oh. Straw fell out of my wallet. What should I have for dinner?
Agent F1. I'm going in.
Steak and lobster, Arby's, Wingstop. Guys, I don't eat meat. These are all things I can't have, unfortunately. But I used to love Wingstop.
I chose tails.
Some lemon pepper
Which means
fries and the
they-
30
ranch.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Delish. Ooh, sushi, tacos. Tacos could be good too.
Wakanda among the
You're
stars.
clipping me.
The intelligent
There's this one
secrets
clip of me
this
playing
place must
Valorant
hold.
where I get an ace and I like lock in so hard, and someone clipped it and put it on TikTok, and it still haunts me. Everyone that I know sent it to me and they're like, bro, you have gamer face, you have gamer face, and I was like this, like I
chose
looked like a
Battle starts in
zombie.
5,
It's terrible.
4,
If I looked
3,
like that while playing
2,
Rivals today,
1.
please spare
All you need to
me.
do is capture the mission area.
Alright, let's go, team.
Increased shields! Let's have some fun!
Ooh!
I sense them. Close! Active injured! Mayday!
I'm not sure what's going on. I'm all alone. I'm all alone. Oh no, I'm not. I'm not.
Back in the hunt. Target locked.
Guys, kill her. There we go. Woo! Nice. Nice, nice, nice.
Excellent teamwork.
Another fearsome foe.
Woo!
Nice finish. I'll praise in the open. Revive us. Need to strengthen my field. Revive us.
That's the boost I
Here, please. Let's have some fun. That's much better. I'm hit. Cover me.
Ah! Oh, my bangs are in the way. Die, die! There could only be one white fox, and it's me! Dang it.
I'm back, and I'll be more sly this time. We better retreat.
Control lost.
That's alright, that's alright. Don't worry guys, we can get it back. Regroup, regroup. Don't take the fight by yourself, regroup. Come on guys.
Back in the hunt. Enemy located.
You get a weapon, you get a weapon, you get a weapon.
Oh man. I wish I could help. Ah!
Feeling fantastic.
Control C.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Am I invisible?
Area's almost yours.
What the heck was that ult? Oh my god! It's my bangs, my guys. My bangs are in my eyes, that's why I died.
Going to overtime.
My bangs.
I'll be more sly this time.
This music is gonna get me locked in.
Fox never surrenders territory.
No, no.
Fight smart.
Don't let them take it.
Control lost.
It's fine. Thank you, Pepsi, for the sub. Wait, I'm here alone! What am I doing? I'm sorry.
Fox on the run.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
I went in without my whole team.
The dragon unleashed! The moon haunts you!
It's alright, it's alright.
Julia Shigan. Feeling fantastic. Nice finish.
Die.
Control C.
Nice,
No winner
nice.
yet. Going to overtime.
We got it, we got it. Nice. First one locked. Woo. Let's do it. Emily.
I chose tails.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
That might be my cousin.
hit almost as hard as I do, Faye. And I have the iron fist.
Hi, Emily. My cousin is playing with us. That is so crazy.
Right. But a mystical
Hi.
enchantment sure doesn't hurt.
Less damage. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Everyone, W Emily in the chat.
Well, ain't this a fantastic mess we've gotten ourselves into?
W cousin. Kiko, not right now.
Systems restoring. Anyone willing to help?
Kiko. I'm locked in.
Feeling better, so our condition area is yours to capture now.
Where's everyone? Oh, man. Oh, I'm lagging. Lagging. Oh, man.
Mission area is yours.
Nice. Good job, everyone.
We did it, Spider.
Woo! We got it. I think we're gonna win this one, too. Oops. I missed. It's alright. Where am I? Oh. I clicked E on accident. Woo, nice. Oh, where am I going? Sorry, I didn't know. I didn't know where I was going. I was looking at chat. You guys distracted me. Whatever. Alright, let's go.
Again!
We have to stand.
Every excuse in the book. Wait, I need to wait for my team. I can't open that door? Oh, get me out. I don't know what I'm doing. Sorry, I know. Ah! I have to heal. I have to heal. I'm really trying my best. There we go. Woo. Nice. Healing. We're dead. Yeah.
Nowhere yet.
We're
Going
dead.
to overtime. Control lost.
Dragon
Their
punch!
team's capture progress
Of course,
is past
it's
the
an
halfway
iron
point.
fist. Of course. I'm not doing terrible, but I'm not doing great either.
Hey, someone losing up?
Another loser to punch.
Fearsome foe. Director's injured. Mayday.
Fight
don't die, don't die on me, don't die on me, don't die on me! No, you died! It's okay, it's okay! It's okay, it's okay!
Again!
It's fine!
Again! Again!
Double KO!
Hunt resumes.
Dang it, they might get this one. It's okay. We got this. Good round. Team. It's okay, guys. We got this. It's just tied right now. And then we'll win the next one.
I chose tails, which means they lose.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Get ready.
Something bothering you, Ben?
We've just done this dance so many times, Susie. It was getting kind of old.
Right. Saving the world from cosmic annihilation can be such a bore.
Well, when you put it like that.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Got it.
The Master Weaver is not going to be thrilled with me for jumping around realities.
Extra shielding! They'll have to hit harder.
I can't believe my cousin is playing in this game.
Sustained.
Me and her used to play Valorant with each other all the time.
You're up, little ones. Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
Alright, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. And hit, and heal. Heal, 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 heal. Yep, yep. And heal. Yes, throw. Water. Yep, go, go. And heal. Wall up. Heal, heal. Don't know what I'm doing. Heal. Alt. How did she get her alt so fast? I guess she's better than me. Sorry, I can't heal right now. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Dash. And I still died.
My spirit pulls me back to battle.
Right. My light wasn't on my camera the whole time. Okay.
Increased shield.
On my way, on my way.
Dragon unleashed!
On my way. Back in the battle. Back in the battle. Don't know what to do because there's so much red. Don't know what to do. Just gonna heal because that's what I'm meant to do. That's what I'm meant to do.
Armed and dangerous!
Team's capture progress has passed.
I'm gonna TP, then use my ult. I'm gonna try to kill everyone while I use my ult. Come on, guys. Oh my god. I don't know what I'm doing. I just need a heal. My ult did not do anything.
Time to heal.
I've survived so much worse.
Alright, let's go. It's okay, guys. It's fine, it's fine. It's okay.
Almost got it.
It's okay.
Bless me, so well.
Doesn't matter cause we win all day. It's okay. It's okay. It doesn't matter because it's not even ranked.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
I've survived so much worse.
Guys,
Increased shield. Let's have some fun.
Shields up.
I don't know if we got this.
Shivan.
My favorite time!
Okay.
Control seized.
Okay, it's not over yet. We just have to stay alive. We can't lose any team fights. Everyone stay together. Don't be doing too much. Don't do too much. Don't do too much. Die! Die!
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Have you guys noticed I'm not really lagging anymore too? Maybe I just had to wait for the shaders. Would you look at that?
Under threat. Respond.
So I can stream Rivals. That's awesome.
Control lost. No winner yet. Going to overtime.
It's fine. It's okay. That was my fault. Chi-chi.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Chi-chi. Alright, now that you guys have seen me play a couple games, what is something I can improve on? Give me some tips and pointers. Maybe change your sends. Okay. What should I change it to? I miss you too, Emily. GG's, guys. Good game. Probably just spatial awareness. Focus on living. Oh. Okay. So you guys are just saying that I'm bad, basically. And I'm lagging again. Focus more on healing your teammates, not screaming while you're getting shot at. Alright, well, thanks guys. Real helpful. All things that I can't control. Whatever. Not my friend Nasri is wondering if he can do a song with you. Nas playing the long game just for that feature. What? I don't understand what you guys are talking about. Or should I'll make a song with you. Never lose your passion. Aw, thanks. That's what I need to hear. You guys are being mean. You guys are being mean. Wondering if you would be down to make a song on stream. That sounds fun. I've never done anything like that before, actually. Well, I need to. Hold on. Let me look. Let me look on my phone. No. Nasuri. Let's see. No. No. Is this you? Sorry, I'm so laggy right now. Is that you? Stable Ronaldo even got his cameraman clip for me. Oh wait, I wasn't looking at your main. Nazari tries the Leve smoothie. When you the only cuffed homie at the boys trip. Oh, I see it now. I see it now. Nazar, you can be my first stream friend. I don't have any other streamer friends. Isn't that fun? Did you get into Streamer University? I saw you posted an application. My Streamer University application. As long as you're having fun and it's only quick play, so don't worry too much. Thank you. Thanks, guys. That's what I needed to hear. And I will try to scream less. It's just a bit hard to not. Alright. Also, Wisp, I think the Psylocke team up is better. How do I do that? What is a Psylocke team up? Could you guys help me? Going. Let's use melee without using tails. Alright. No, they told me to slow down. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it's their loss. Do they do Streamer University every year? I want to go. That sounds fun. They should have let you in. Team ups are when your teammates play a character that can give you extra abilities, basically. Okay, so who can play Psylocke with me? Click on the black cat one and switch to Psylocke. Black cat one. Okay, I think I understand. Alright. Let me get a new team in here. It's in Europe next year? That's fun. I want to go. It depends. It depends where it is in Europe, but I'm assuming it's in London, right? You main Psylocke, so next game I got you? Yay! Okay, come join me. Oops. More friends, more friends. You haven't played yet, you haven't played yet, you haven't played yet. I don't think so. Make sure to click side of your hero instead of black hat. Okay, got it. Gotcha. Guys, let's be nice and positive in the chat. Also, Nas also plays Marvel Rivals. He was top 58. That's crazy. How long have you been playing Rivals for? And also, I'm sorry I'm laggy. No, I'm laggy. I only have a gaming laptop, and so it's not that great. So I'm just lagging a bunch. I'm sorry. But I'm getting a new PC soon, so it'll be better, I promise. And it's been way laggier. When I started streaming, it was so laggy. Hello to everyone new here. Yeah, it's the shaders loading, unfortunately. Okay, we need one more person in here. Who wants to play? If you played a game already, it's okay. You can still join. Nazari, I live in LA. Alright, let's do this. Hold on. BRB. I'm gonna go see if I can find a snack. Oh, actually, maybe let me do the Psylocke thing first. Okay, tell me how to do it.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Do my bangs look okay, guys? I kind of messed them up because they were poking my eye in the last game. And it was really pissing me off. that better? Let's see melee without using tails. Ah, okay. Perfect. Yeah, next game I'll let it finish. Oh crap. I don't have time. And then where is it? Oh, right here. Team up request. There we go. Yay! Alright, let's see. I think this will help me a bit.
Takumio will soon be on the prowl.
Let's go, guys. We gotta
Try to resist
defend
the
the
Coming in
thing.
30 seconds. Stay strong.
Sorry. Let's go, guys.
I've interrogated diplomats, hunted criminals, and vanished entire operations. Old habits die hard. Takumio will soon be on the prowl.
Let's go, team.
Try to resist the urge to hunt me, Sai.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
I love rivals.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Got it. We got this. Sorry. That's a burp.
Our prey is in the
Oh, I'm still laggy. This is so embarrassing, guys. The whole point of this being fun is because I'm laggy. I'm giving you guys a new experience. POV, what it's like to play Rivals with a bad PC. It's the whole point. Ah, dang it. Fudge. Oh, I forget I don't have to use my E to claw anymore. Oh man. Ah, where am I?
I sense them.
I'm sorry, I couldn't see.
We're rushing a little too much.
Oh, okay, okay. Ah! I'm coming.
Spirit steadies. Good timing. Perfect synergy.
Come back here. Nice. Very nice, guys.
That's a nice one.
Yep. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just trying to save you.
Spirit steadies.
Oh, crap.
I'm coming back, guys. Don't have to die.
Damage sustained. Need assistance. Like some vintage fighter style. My spirit steadies.
Oh, no. Damn it.
Ah, damn it! No!
I know, guys, but I'm just too scared to use it.
So much
I know I have to dive more. I'm scared. I feel like I have new viewers that don't know that I suck at games.
You get a weapon, you get a wet.
This is my third time playing Rivals. I'm learning. I'm learning.
Here comes trouble.
Alright, it's fine, it's fine. We just gotta stall.
I don't want to embarrass myself. Dang it, and then I fell. No! Ah, I'm sorry! I got out of it. No. I feel like I can't heal anyone. I'm sorry, I can't. God damn it. It's fine. I need water.
My spirit pulls me back to battle.
Okay. Let's go. Honestly, I don't really know what I'm doing anymore at this point. I'm kind of just throwing stuff. Oh. Oh.
Better stop that vehicle! They've made it halfway! Stop them!
Tandy needs help.
Okay, I'm gonna focus more on healing people, because that was the main note that I got from everyone.
That's better.
More healing, more healing. Die! 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 Oh. Man. Press your E again when you want to stop using your claws. Oh. Okay, I didn't know you could do that. Thank you.
Fox on the run.
That's really helpful, actually.
There's still a chance to stop
There's
them!
a relaxing game called Dark Souls that you'd enjoy greatly. I actually have been wanting to try that game, but I feel pretty relaxed with Rivals too. Oh man, oh man, oh man.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be the time to stop them.
Die, die, Jeff, I hate you! I'm gonna turn you into soup! Woo! No, no, damn it. Ah!
You get a web and you
We gotta go.
I'm gonna kill
Group up.
that Jeff.
My spirit pulls me back to battle.
Let's go.
Increase spirit power and let's have some fun.
Better stop that vehicle!
Oops.
You know what to do?
Jump, jump, jump. And TP. And water. I'm just gonna heal. I'm just gonna heal. I'm just gonna heal. Ah, he always gets me! He always gets me. You have to stream until you beat it. I'm streaming until I get MVP.
It's now or never! Stop them!
More slide this time.
What other heroes do you play? No what? Who else should I learn? Maybe I'll learn a new character on this stream, or hero on this stream.
Increase shield.
Oh man. Whoa! Whoa! Squirrel girl? She's cute. Is she hard to play?
I'm back.
Invis is a good
More
healer
slide
to
this
learn that
time.
isn't super complicated. Okay, maybe I'll learn her
that fucking hurt.
too. So I'm not doing so great. Yikes.
It's injured. Mayday. That blows me up. Form change active.
Oh my god. Oh my god, and of course it's Jeff. Let the shaders finish installing. Hopefully you'll stop lagging. Yeah, that would probably help. But the thing is, my shaders take forever to load. Forever and ever and ever. And also, I play with the shaders at like 30% when I'm not streaming and it doesn't lag. I think it's honestly just because I'm streaming too. GG's. Good job, guys. Should I? Okay. Let's try, how do I? Oh crap, I'm stuck here. I'm stuck. New team, new squad. Come join. Oh, more friends! Amazing. Hello, everyone. Hop on R6? I haven't played Rainbow Six in so long. Like, at least 4 years I haven't played. So I don't think I remember how to play, to be honest. What other games do you stream? I stream lots of Roblox because I can play that with everyone. It's like the most accessible game, I feel. So I love playing that because every time I play games, I only play with viewers. And then I also play. What else do I play? That's about it. Roblox, yes, I used to stream Val a lot too. I used to play a lot of Val. Maybe I'll play some on this stream, but I just haven't got on Valorant for so long, so I don't know if it's updated. I know, one frame sometimes. I'm sorry. My setup isn't the best, so
You'll need a
I
top-notch
lag
team
a
to win
lot,
this one.
unfortunately. But it's only in lobby that I lag. Oh, or like my camera lags. But I'm in the game, it's not terrible, except for my game lags a lot. I play League as well. Yeah, so I can stream League, Valorant, Overwatch and Rivals. But yeah. I'm getting kind of nervous. I feel like there are viewers in here that don't know me yet, and now I'm a little bit scared. Everyone's gonna think I'm trash. I'm trash at Rivals, but the whole point
30 seconds
is about
before you
learning.
attack. Get ready.
Roblox.
I can feel my ancestral power stirring.
Well, if you're
inside
new
of me.
and you don't know me,
Stronger
welcome.
than ever.
Thanks for joining the stream, and I hope you have fun. I stream once a week, but it always varies. I usually stream on
The battle
Fridays
starts in
though.
5,
I just
4,
stream.
3,
I'm just streaming on
2,
Monday because I didn't stream last
1.
Friday.
Stirring inside of me. Stronger than ever.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. That
Yes,
Panchica
I'm a
tour
fox
was so
spirit.
long ago. It feels
No,
like.
you cannot
It
touch
was
my
fun.
tails.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Try not to molt. Director's injured! Mayday! Our prey is in the open. My spirit is clear.
Ah, I'm so laggy still. Oh my god, I don't know where I am. Oh my god, that was bad. You should play Genshin. I've actually never tried playing Genshin before. Is it fun?
Okay, now the claws come out.
Now the claws come out. Alright. And bam.
My spirit steadies.
Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Bam.
Need assistance.
Stay sharp. We're not
Ah! Lag.
Get that vehicle moving again.
targeted for extermination.
Dang. Oh my god.
I put a spring in my step.
Genshin is very pay to
Soldiers
win
never
now.
die.
Now the claws
I
come
really want to stream Fortnite. But once I get my new PC, I'll get Fortnite and then I'll stream it because I don't have it downloaded since
Get that vehicle moving again.
it would just always lag. Even not streaming, even off stream, it would lag.
With you.
You guys, my gaming laptop is very old, so bear with me. so much red! I don't know how to help my team. I don't know how to help. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Damn. Okay. No, nope, nope, nope. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. Okay, heals, heals, heals. And bam.
My spirit steadies.
Oh, 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 bam. Bam. I don't care!
You took your eye off the target, Summers.
The center of the Spartacus
Die! Die, 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 die! Oh, where am I? Wow! Lag! Lag!
End this war. My spirit steadies.
Bam! Oh, man. Oh. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. What was that? Okay, okay. Heal up, everyone. Nice. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. No, how do I heal you? How do I heal you? I'm so sorry. Ah! Heal up, everyone. Heal up, heal up. Just heal, don't die, don't die. Heal, heal, don't die, just heal. Heal, don't die, Heal, 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 get the heals, and claw, 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 claw. Heal, 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 claw, claw, claw. Don't know. I don't know, I'm just clawing everyone. But I know I need a claw just one person. But I can't, because I don't know who to kill. Oh, man.
A shortcut through.
Perfect precision.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Did we lose? We lost, right? What's going on? What's going on? Oh. I'm back to being laggy. Thank you guys for playing with me. Thank you, thank you. When do you get your PC? The first week of August, I believe. So soon. And that's also my birthday week, so it's gonna be the best birthday present that I get. Because it means I get to play more games with you guys. Oh my god, it freeze framed on me. Hiccuping. Goodness. We lost. Alright. I just wish it wasn't so laggy. Okay, hold up. I gotta go pee. Maybe I'll play some League after this. Wait, watch. I'm gonna teleport. Ready? I'm back. I had to go feed my cats lunch. What's up? What time is it? 5:48. Ah! I was not fighting for my life. I swear I was feeding them lunch. I was not pooping. I was feeding them lunch. Well, it feels like a waste to get off Rivals now because that's at 73%, but TVH, I might divert and play something else. Queue up for ranked. I'm only level 9, so I can't play ranked yet, unfortunately. But once I am able to play ranked, I would love to play with you guys. I know, but it takes forever. I've been streaming for 2.5 hours now, only playing Rivals, and it's still at 74%. Unfortunately. Wah. I had so much fun playing with you too. Thanks for playing with me. It's league time, you guys think? Okay, maybe it's league time. Let's figure it out. Yeah, the stream was slowing it down. Alright, and now there's no more lag. Woo! Should we play some League? See, she just got done eating her lunch. Free from the lag, finally, I know. That was a journey. Thanks for being with me. We could play League, we could play Valorant, and then we can play Roblox too, because I always play Roblox. But I don't know. Down for anything, really. No more lag. No more lag. Hope to see you again in Bangkok. Thank you. I can't wait to go back. When's the music coming? I really want to release something soon, so I'm just working on some visual stuff for it, and then hopefully I can release something before the B tour. Should we play Valorant, League, or Roblox? Help me decide, guys, because I want to play with you. Val could be good. Yeah. I know League is a bit hard to play with people too, because I'm not like really seeing them in the game. League? League? Looks like the people you're in for League. Okay, let me see if my League is updated. 1 second. And that definitely won't lag. So. Titanfall. I don't have Titanfall, but I could get it for next stream. Where winds meet. I don't think I've heard of that game before. What is it? Oh my, that was loud. Okay, let's see. Logging onto League. I've never played, I don't think I've played ARAM before. Or not ARAM, I've never played, TFT before. I don't know why I said ARAM. I am on NA servers. Okay, it says League. It says my league is updating, but it doesn't say how long it's gonna take. It just says updating. So we can wait for that. And then in the meantime, I guess we could play Roblox because I know that Valorant has to update as well. So. Oh, thank you. I just got off Rivals, but I could play a couple more games. Feifei, you cannot go behind the computer. I don't know what you're up to back there. She's trying to climb up top the window, I think. No. Oh, okay. My league isn't gonna take long. It's basically almost done. Don't enable her. Faye cannot go behind the computer. Faye, stop it. Oh, you're so cute. You're so cutie pie. Okay, it's almost done. I haven't played League in so long, and I'm also terrible at League too, so please don't judge. I'm really bad at League. And I don't really know, like, the rules in League either. I just kind of go with the flow. I kind of just go with the flow. Okay, let's see. Stream info. League of Legends. Perfect. The rule in League is to do or die. Exactly. So I try my best to do that. If you don't know anything about League, I feel like every gameplay looks like pro gameplay. Because I don't know what goes on most of the time either. Alright. Okay, everyone. Oh god, it's so loud. It's so loud. No, I don't want to link my Discord. Or no. Okay, everyone add me. Here's my user up here. Everyone can add me. This is me. Add me, add me. Can you tell who I main? It's blocked by my cam. You're blocking it. Can you see it now? Oh my god, it's blocked by my cam. There we go. My bad, guys. Oopsies. The tag is 10:15. Yes, there it is. 10:15. Guess who I main, guys? Okay, let's do this. So many new friends! Oh my god. I feel so popular. Oh my god. Oh, it's open party. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. You guys look really good. You guys look like you're good at the game. And I look like I'm not good at the game. Okay, I'm ready. Guys, how do I turn my team chat on? Oh, or off, I mean. Oh, there we go. I think I was talking to them. Okay, I'm ready. When all other players are ready, you'll be able to enter queue. Oh. Let's go, team. Wow, I haven't played League in almost 2 years now. I haven't played League. I'm excited. Yay! Wait, how do I say I'm ready? Oh, I forgot everything. Has it changed? Okay. Yeah, I don't know what my runes should be either. Oh, I see. Where do I do my rune stuff? Oh, this is bad. I forgot everything. Where is like the rune page? Yeah, 2 years without League. Oh, there's... Okay, someone tell me. Someone tell me what I should do for Nami. Help. Help. Have a good day. I hope to see you next time, Rick. They auto-make the runes for you now? Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't realize it was Swift Play. My bad. It's fine. Oh! What happened? He left. Well, it's open party. Anyone can join if you want. I think someone left. There we go. Pumpkin, it's okay. We'll get you on in the next game, okay? I'm sorry that happened. I'm sorry. There's an error setting my runes page, but why though? Why? Wait, who do I ban? I don't know who to ban.
My genius will be understood eventually.
Wait, is this ranked? Are we playing ranked? We're playing ranked. Oh, it's draft. Okay. Oh my god. Scared me. I didn't want to make you guys. I didn't want to make you guys demo. Phew. I guess I could. What should I do? Flash in what? I always do ignite, but I don't know.
I decide what the tide will bring.
I decide what the tide will bring. I'll do pink. I'll do this one. What? A new Nami skin? Dang it, I don't think I chose a skin. I'm gonna be so upset if I don't have a skin on. I feel like I don't have a skin on. I need that new Nami skin. Okay, I do. I have it on. Oh my god, I completely forgot how to play this game. Wow.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. We laid in wait. Now we strike. Minions have spawned.
Is the Mythmaker Nami skin, was that like a limited thing through an event, or can I just buy it? Oh my god, sorry, I was fixing my hair. My bad. I need to get that new skin. I need it. I need it. I need it. I need it. When was the leak music like this?
Magic is wanting something and letting thyself have it. A witch knows not her true power until she learns to seize it.
Ba bum 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 bum. Oh no, I suck. I suck. I suck. I suck. Oh my god, I actually suck at this game. I give up. Be positive, be positive. Wow, I love this skin. Ah, they're trying to kill me, huh? Oh. I know. I'm just feeling really I'm just feeling really scared. I haven't played in so long. We got this, team. Yeah, warm-up match, warm-up match.
I seek not to tear my coven asunder.
Bum 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 bum.
Descend to greatness, where the Order's foul clutches will ne'er reach ye.
First blood.
Nice, good job.
How long will it be till thou art summoned?
Wolfie, great, amazing job. Oh my god, so many new friends! Hello, yup, I'm playing League, and I also make music, and I also
Understand why thou wields it.
have 2 cats. Oh. Not sample the League music. Bum bum. Bow, bow, bow. Oh, I see what you mean. I could hear it. There's something there. No, nope, nope, no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Bubble! Dang it.
Blackens, blood-choked waters. My domain.
Dun, 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 dun. My new bestie, Darumi. We're in this together. Darumi. Best friend. I spelled friend wrong. Oops.
An ally has been slain.
Ne'er did I foresee a desire to have feet.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I'm gonna get him. We're gonna get him. Oh no, I can't do anything. Nice, nice.
Has been slain.
Nice.
You are now in my debt. Do not forget this.
Am I a healer here too? I am. Yes, I am. Oh no, it's okay, it's okay. I'm sorry I took that kill on accident.
You have slain an enemy.
Thou shouldst be honored.
It's okay, they did steal that dragon from us, unfortunately. That sucks.
Craven chum.
Welcome back. Rivals was so much fun. I had lots of fun. When I get my new PC, I'm gonna be unstoppable. What's the highest rank in Rival? Whatever it is, that's what I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be Celestial even. What is this? I don't know what that is, but sure.
The breaking of ships. The smell of despair.
Oh, missed me! Missed me! Is he still in the bush? Oh. One above all, that's what I'm gonna be. One above all.
Is upon us.
I'm scared. Oh god. Oh god. Whoops. Oh, it's for Warden.
Has been slain.
My bad.
Sailors filled with sorrow. Nami lurks this morrow.
I swear League never had music like this. I'm getting hungry. I'm trying to think of what I want for dinner.
There is no eclipse in a sunless abyss.
Thai food sounds good. I'm scared.
Seek not absolution, but retribution.
I'm coming, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm really killing it with these bubbles though. Ow.
May the coven
Enemy
live
killing
on.
spree.
Oh man. I know that could be fun. I don't really play ARAM that much though, that's the thing. I'm really bad at ARAM, I can't lie.
Just as when they tried to drown me during
Shut
those
down.
witch trials, I hast emerged once more.
We got this. No worries, no worries. It's okay. Don't say sorry. We're doing great. Oh, very good at spelling, huh?
Drown their woeful villages.
I went to the beach yesterday and I have the most terrible sunburn right now. know there's someone behind me. I'm sorry. Crap. Ah, sorry. I'm doing bad.
I have returned anew.
Am I gonna be at Lollapalooza? Did they announce that already?
Shut down.
Did they announce Lala already? Or that my slot?
I can feel the Leviathan's embrace tighten.
Bum, bum. Oh my god, I love your music and you play Nami too. I do play Nami and thank you so much. I haven't played League in a long time, but when I did play League a lot, I only played Nami. Nami, Leona, and Blitz, but nowadays I only play Nami, so. Crap. But it's been a while since I've been on League. I guess there's a new Nami skin called the Mythmaker skin, and I really want it.
Or drown.
I really want it. Bum 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 bum. I'm dead. I'm dead! Oh my god. I'm dying so much. So bad. It's okay, it's okay. Yeah, I think I am a bit underwhelmed.
Laying ghostly still beneath the body. What glorious power.
Oh, sorry. Oops.
Forsooth, the gods, they are not pleased. Cursed beasts of claw, hoof, and foot traverse the land with such ease.
I'm coming, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Oh, I don't know, I should have used the E on myself. I don't know why I put it on her. Stupid. Run away, run away, run away! Run, run, run. Nice, nice. Whew. Close one.
An enemy has been slain.
We unleash our true selves.
I don't know where to go anymore. Ah! Leave me alone!
An ally has been slain.
Letting thyself have it.
Oh my goodness.
The sea calls to me.
Amazing.
sun could never reach the trench's depths.
This is one of the few times I catch you on live. I just wanted to say I love your music, and she does too. You actually held her hand last year at your Houston show. Much love. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I hope you feel better soon.
An ally has been slain.
Power until she learns to seize it.
Healing can be a very slow but gradual process. I remember every single breakup that I've been through, especially my very first one. It was like so devastating. I thought it was going to be the end of the world, but then I turned out to be okay. It'll all be better at some point. And I know that it's really hard to take me seriously when I'm playing League, but I promise you'll be okay. And you never know what can happen. Man, I suck. Oh my god, I am so bad at it. Oh, hi, Faye. What's up? One thing that really helped me in the past after a breakup was just like challenging myself to do new things, new creative things, like journaling every day. I was drawing a lot more as well, just anything to like get your mind off of the breakup. And then you start to find like a love for other things besides your partner, you know? Distraction isn't always like running away from a problem. It can be diverting it to someplace better too.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm coming to help. I don't really know what I'm doing,
An enemy is on the
to be honest. Oh. Ha ha. That's what you get. Oh my god. Thank you. I'm so bad. Win bait? Oh, thank you. I totally meant to do that. I purposely meant to do that.
I hear it.
Play it loud.
I know, I feel like I'm getting one shot by everything. Ah, that was a terrible wave, I'm sorry. Oh my god. I'm only level 10.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm the only one dead.
No rest for the wicked.
I used to play in high school, that's why.
Bathed
I think I'm level like 60 something only. Oh my god. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I used my wave. Sorry, but you're not getting me.
Blackened, blood-choked waters. My domain.
Oh, I have my wave now. Ah! I let out my wave before I died. And that's all that matters. I got it out. I got it out. Woo! Amazing. You guys are good at this game. Hi, I love your music. Saw you live in Sydney and you were incredible. Thank you. I really want to go back to Sydney. I loved it there. I got the worst sunburn ever though on my back, but worth. Nice. Wow. You guys are good. Amazing.
The breaking of ships. Double kill.
Rampage.
Of course. Thank you everyone for being so nice. It's hard to let yourself feel, but also I hope you have more happy days. Bum, 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 bum. Get him, get him. I got you. Nice! Wow.
Hearts beat together.
There is no eclipse in a summer's abyss.
I'm just gonna ward everywhere. Ah! Ah! Scary. Wave! Wave! Big wave! Big wave! I need to go. I need to leave. I need to leave. I'm dead. I'm dead. But it's okay. Because my team does it. Oh my gosh! Wow, you guys are good. Woo! I'm always the dead one. Oh yeah, true. I'm purposely baiting. I'm purposely baiting.
Darkness once more.
Is Nami my favorite champ? Yep. Yes, she is.
May the coven live on, everlasting.
I don't know why I warded there. Are they following me? Oh no, I'm good.
The seas will drown their willful villages.
I'm coming.
Embrace thy devilry. In wickedness,
Amazing. I didn't die. Woo! Thank you so much, Jelly, for the sub. Wow, I didn't die. Woo! Super close, I know. We're gonna win! We're gonna win, we're gonna win.
appeasing the cries for your turret has been destroyed.
Woo!
Victory!
Yay! Amazing, everyone. Are they still in my thing or no? Oh, I need to say something to them. GG's. Thank you guys so much for playing with me. Yay! Have a good day, everyone. Amazing! Alright, who else wants to play? Who wants to play? Let's see, who hasn't played yet? Pumpkin got Pumpkin invite. Pumpkin got disconnected the last game. Invite Pumpkin. Who else can I invite? I don't know. I don't know, there's 300 people here. I'm just gonna make it open. Welcome back. If you just played a game with me and you want to play again, I mean, it's open party. Yes, we did great. I think we did amazing and I'm proud of us. Thanks for playing. Hi. No one else wants to play? don't think anyone else wants to play. Okay. If it's open. Exactly. Exactly. Yay. Let's do it. Well, we got some new friend requests coming in. So we'll see if any of you guys want to play. I wish there was a way to like organize it. Oh, thank you, Wolfie. That's so sweet of you. There we go. I'm good. How are you? Wisp, I'm learning all I need. Do you have advice on how to play chords when you have bigger hands? Are your nails cut? You gotta make sure that you don't have long nails. Thank you, Wolfie. Alright, someone else can join that hasn't played yet. There we go. Thank you, Intensity, for the cheers. Or, for the, what are these called? Bits. Thanks for the bits. Yes, they are. My fingers are just too big. Do they make bigger guitars? Actually, classical. Let me show you. So, I'm gonna ban a moo. So the neck on a classical guitar is wider than a normal acoustic guitar, but the strings are nylon. I'll show you for a comparison so you can see. This is a normal acoustic, and this is a classical guitar. You can tell the neck on this red one is wider. Maybe it'll be easier for you, but the strings, the top strings are nylon. FYI. Not really. I honestly think that it sounds really beautiful. Classical guitars are used to play like bossa nova songs, actual classical songs. It's like finger picking style, so it sounds really sweet. But for electric guitar, unfortunately, all the necks are about the same size.
I decide what the tide will bring.
But also, make sure that your wrist, how do I show this? I'll show it on guitar. Or I'll show it like this. Okay, so when you're holding, obviously, pretend that you're holding like a little egg here in your palm, and you don't want to let the egg drop, you know? But you also want to give enough space for the egg too. So you don't want to be like all collapsed like that. You want to leave a little bit of space, and you can even angle your fingers like this so you can reach them more. Just like try out different wrist positions and see what helps you. What helps you get the notes on the neck the best. Let's do this. I'm gonna do Space Groove Nami. I don't have Prestige Space Groove Nami, and it makes me really sad because I don't think I can get it anymore. Oh my god. I'm so stupid. Ah, no. I posted, okay, every time I go live, I post live on Twitch. And I posted it on my personal account and not my Wisp account. uh, all like all the people from my high school that don't gap about me just saw that and they're like, okay, she Twitch streams now. No, that's so bad. Crap. Oh my god, I meant to post. I'm so embarrassed. Whoops. I fixed it, it's fine.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Thank you, Nonsense, with the sub. Alright, let's lock in.
Minions have spawned.
Mm-hmm. On my way. Ooh. Ooh. Thank you, MEDK, with the sub. Alright, let's do this. Whoa. Hype train. Amazing. Okay. Buy items. What do I gotta buy? I can't believe I posted that on my personal Instagram. I'm so embarrassed. Ugh. I feel like everyone from high school doesn't even know that I do music, so they're like seeing my story being like, okay, she's a Twitch streamer now? Interesting. Ugh, damn it. I'm so embarrassed. It's fine. Fudge them. I don't care. I don't care. It's fine. Whoops. She really fell off my ass. Hey, if anyone in chat went to high school with me and you're watching my stream because you saw me post it on my personal Instagram, please say hey. Please say what's up. And if you bullied me in high school, I would love to have a little chat with you. Cause look at me now. I'm a fucking Twitch streamer and I have 100 viewers. What's up with that, huh? Damn. How the tables turn. Ba-boom. Period. Exactly.
People in there.
Did you guys get bullied in high school too? Unless you're still in high school and you are actively getting bullied, then I'm sorry. It sucks.
There's always another.
But who knows, one day you'll grow up and you'll become a successful Twitch streamer like me. So don't let the haters bring you down, for real.
Sure as the tide.
Wow, guys.
An ally has been slain.
Ow!
An enemy has been slain.
Guys, I really don't play League that much. I haven't played in 2 years, okay? Do I identify as a League player? No, but do I like playing League? Yes. Just because I play League, does that make me a League player? No. Oh, oh my god. Oh my god, I'm still really embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed.
I will see my home again.
So no one in this stream went to high school with me? What about college? Does anyone know me from college? I'm curious. The good old days. When I actually played League for fun and not just for stream.
An ally has been slain.
No, that would not make me happy. That would make me scared. I'm just asking if anyone went to high school with me so I can ban them from my Twitch. You went to high school and college with me? Ban this guy. Get him out of here.
I'll find my path.
I don't really talk to anyone from high school besides my friends from high school, obviously. I'm just kidding, don't ban him. Ew,
An ally has been slain. Killing spree. An enemy has been slain.
Bubble! Get bubbled! Punk! Ow, 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 minions.
Swim against the current.
Enemy has been slain.
Thank you! XDTJ Max for the sub. We slide for pumpkin, you're so right. I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go.
An enemy has been slain.
else do I need? No, I need word.
There's always another way.
Ooh, it's getting cold now. I need to turn off the AC. Ooh, chilly. They're on Drake! Let's go! Drake, 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 Drake!
Flip-flopping around.
Get him. He's calling on a circle. Dang. They never knew. Call me on a circle. Oh, fuck. Damn it! I should have bubbled. Oh, poops. I do need to make hi Val. Hey, my bestie Val. I do need to make emotes. I've been meaning to. I want to make some fun emotes that everyone can use, and then some exclusive emotes for subs. So if you have any cute Wisp related pictures, you should send them in the Discord in the media chat, and then maybe I can make some stickers out of them.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Nice job, team.
An enemy has been slain.
Ow! Oh my god. Seriously? Yeah, I'm not doing anything. I'm really doing nothing. Oh no.
I still hear the song of the sea.
Our vein is really good. Everyone's super awesome sauce.
An enemy has been slain.
I actually don't think I have a league rank. Ah, I'm sorry! I already used my W. Damn it.
Unstoppable.
Sorry.
An ally has been slain.
I feel bad. Okay, I'm not even gonna try.
Wash them away.
Oh, okay. If you can't tell, I haven't been playing. I mean, actually, I've had League for a long while, but I was never good at it, so it doesn't really count. But I started playing League like 5 years ago. But I never played ranked. Did I? I don't think so. I think like a couple of months I did. What other games do I play? Rivals, Valorant, Overwatch, and my favorite game in the whole world, Roblox. Ah. Yeah, let's go, Zach! Is he going for it? He is. Oh.
There's always another way.
I don't know what I'm doing or where I'm going. Just gonna follow. I'm gonna follow our vein. Oh my god, so sorry. That was bad. No, I try to avoid ranked because it's too sweaty. And I'm not good enough. And I feel really bad when I make my team lose.
An enemy has been slain.
It's for the best that I don't play comp.
Double kill.
Until I get better. I just need to practice more. And then I think I got it in me. Especially for rivals too. I feel like if I keep playing I can get better. A lot better. So
Swim against the current.
oh man.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Just trying to ward as much as I can.
My quest beckons.
I'm coming, Zach. Oh, he's got it. Nice.
An enemy has been slain.
Our Zach is awesome.
We are all tied to the ocean.
I have played Overwatch. I want to play Overwatch on the next stream. But I feel like it will be laggy. I don't know. We'll see.
My people are counting on me.
Thank you, Jigaimo, for the sub.
Unstoppable.
Oh, I should have been down there.
The song of the sea.
Ouch. Ow. Oh my god, I suck. Oh, I would love to. I love Porter Robinson. I don't know if he's break 8. That'd be so fun. I did get sniped. It's okay.
Enemy double kill. Enemy triple kill.
I know. I know. Dang it.
Ew, whale breath.
I'm only level 8. I'm doing so bad. It's okay.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
People and their air.
I am enjoying playing League again, actually. I feel like if I really took the time to learn how to be super good at it, then I would be so down to play comp.
Shut down.
I'm playing League with my fans. It's super fun. We're gonna play League all day till the sun goes down. And then it comes back up. Cause we play League like we got nothing else to do, yeah. I'm super hungry. I wanna have dinner, but I don't know what I wanna eat. Why is this guy coming for me? I'm dead. Because I suck. Oh yeah, shout out to Zach and Diana. They're the best, and they're on my team. And I'm so lucky that they're on my team, and we're playing League. An
ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Sure as the tides.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Uh-oh. What do I do?
Swim against the current.
I got you. Fudge. Oh, Zach's got it. Wow! Amazing. Nice. Oh, I'm hungry. I might cook some dinner after this game.
I will see my
I want to do a cooking stream sometime.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Holy Godinami plays. Ah, stop. It's not that good. It's not that good.
We are all tied to the ocean.
What do I cook? I don't know. Maybe I'll make some pasta tonight, some gnocchi, or I could make some fish, like salmon. I don't know. It's up in the air.
We are strange.
Oh man. Scary.
I still hear the song of the sea.
Oh, I missed my bubble. That's alright. Wow. Cool. Pizza? We could do a cooking stream or like a what could we do? I could bake something. Like wisp themed cookies. I can make cookies that are the shape of my cats, a guitar,
An enemy has been slain.
I don't know. Or I can cook. I can do like my own recipes and teach you guys.
Unstoppable. An enemy has been slain.
Or pizza.
Dominating.
We're doing so good. Wow, you guys are great at League. This is awesome. Usually I don't like playing League because I always lose. But with you guys, I never lose. And even if we lost, it wouldn't be a loss because I'm playing with my friends. So it's a win-win situation. Ouch! Ouch, ouch, ouch.
There's always another wave. Quit flopping around.
I gotta go help her. Oh no. Hi, Faye. I know you guys are all watching. I'm gonna try to do something crazy right now. There we go. The minion kill of the century.
Swim against the current.
Bubblegum Zack. So cute.
People in here.
An ally has been slain.
I don't know what I'm doing here, to be honest.
I will see my home again.
Hi, Faye. What's up? I thought we were fighting someone. My bad. Oh, man. Ah. Oh, both my kitties are here. Oh. Okay, you can go now. You wanna sit in my lap?
Double kill. Ace.
Do you guys have cats? And if they do, what do they smell like?
My quest.
Oh, that's so sweet. My cats smell so good. They taste, they smell like a fresh bakery. Cutie pies. Get him, get him. I missed my bubble again. Oh, damn it. I'm dead. I'm always just dying. So, that sucks. I'm doing so bad. Not sure what I'm doing, but it's okay. I think we're doing good.
An ally has been slain.
Da, da, da.
hear the song of the sea.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what I want for dinner because I'm too lazy to cook. Sorry. I want to take a nap. Oh my god, dinner and a nice nap after? A nap at 7 p.m.
My people are counting on me.
I don't know why I did that. Oh, and I still died. Dang. Wow, Zach is really just getting everyone. Oh no. Hi, Faye. What's up? You wanna cuddle? You wanna cuddle?
There's always another way.
I might play more Rivals tonight, off stream. But if you guys see me online and you friended me on Rivals, you can play with me. We can play together and have so much fun.
Quit flopping around.
I always use my wave every time someone's right next to me. Because it's just scary. I suck at League. I'll get better. I'll get better. When will the next stream be? Let's see. Well, next week, actually, I'm not sure because next week I leave for Hinterland and Lala. So maybe I could stream next Wednesday if you guys are down to watch a stream on Wednesday. What do you think? Then I will be there.
Sure as the tides.
But if not, who knows? Maybe the next time I stream, I'm gonna have my new PC, which would be so exciting. If not next Wednesday, then it's gotta be next Monday. But I think I will stream next Wednesday.
Ride upon the waves.
Yay! So fun. Hold on. What's going on here? Ah, I didn't land my bubble. Oh. I'm gonna bait. Oh, how did that get me? W bait.
We are all tied to the ocean.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Legendary.
Amazing. scary. I'm gonna bait for you, Zach. How's that? Bait, bait. W bait, exactly. You learn something new every day. Uh-oh. They got it. It's okay. That's alright. No worries. Let's keep going. Okay, I for reals need to figure out what I want to eat before I get hangry. Not be burning Zach. Exactly. What are you guys craving right now? Maybe I'll get some inspiration from your cravings.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
Okay, I see people here, so I'm gonna bait. I'm gonna bait for Zach.
My people are counting on me.
Baiting for Zach. I'm too scared, actually.
There's always another way.
I died right away! Nice.
An ally has been slain.
Don't be scared. We can do this. Don't be scared. I want something warm and cozy and like comforting. Da 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 da. I wanna eat something yummy. Maybe something chewy, maybe something awesome, maybe something creamy and good. I wanna eat something that fills up my belly and makes me feel oh so good, like a warm hug. But I don't know what to eat, and I can choose from so many things, so I don't know what to eat anymore. Fettuccine Alfredo could be good. Could would be good. I could make some pasta. And it could be the most delicious thing I've ever eaten in my life.
An ally has been slain.
They just one-shot me every single time. Just one-shot me. It's okay, it's okay. Oh, okay.
Your turret has been destroyed.
We win because we are all friends.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
And everyone here can have a free Wisp ticket if I ever play in your city.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I'm serious. It's Space Groove Nami.
We are all tied to the ocean.
This game win ticket because even if we don't win this league game, it's fine. It doesn't mean anything. We all had fun, and I all made some new friends. We all made some new friends today, and that's all that matters. Someone put that in like a Hope Core edit. Wisp Hope Core. Oh, what is that? I got killed by a tank of something. Oh, man. I don't know what that was.
An ally has been slain.
It's alright.
Aced.
I also really have to pee again.
An enemy has been slain.
I did it. This was a terrible game for me. Absolutely terrible. I just died 13 times. Oh, it's okay. Don't say sorry. It's okay. You all did amazing.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Oh, well now they're just being mean. They're just being mean. They don't have to do all that.
Executed.
It's rude. It's alright. I still had fun. Hi, Faye. You smell so good. Thanks for playing with me, guys. I had so much fun. And you did incredible. Yes, I'll send Discord link. Can a mod send the Discord link in the chat? On it. Mods, find the enemy team's address and send them a very nice letter of appreciation. Okay, the Discord is in the Twitch chat. Bye! Have a good day, everyone. That's enough League today. That's all the League I can handle. Now I just want to talk to you guys. That was such a fun stream. I had so much funsies. I hope I can stream before I leave for the shows again, which I'm sure I will. Let's see. Yes, I can stream next Wednesday after rehearsal. So I think I'll do that. And yeah. I don't know what else to say. I had so much fun today. I'm sad it's over. I can't wait to get the new PC and then I'll be able to play some more games. I want to play more Rivals. Oh, I should stream rehearsal, huh? I don't know how to though. Maybe I could just stream on my phone. If you guys want to see that, I could stream rehearsal. It's just gonna be me and the band. We're all rehearsing for the festivals. Feifei, come here, say bye. You can see her little body in the corner. Okay, let me figure out how to do that, and then if I can figure it out, then I will definitely stream rehearsal. So, yes. I love you guys so much. Have a good rest of your night. Eat something yummy, sleep well. And if it's morning for you, then good morning. I love you guys. Thank you so much for playing with me today. Good night, everyone.